Okay. Hello. So, today I am playing Minecraft and doing something a little different. I'm going to be doing something a little educational. Let me actually turn the music on because when that shows up, it won't just be my voice on raw Minecraft gameplay. Um, so I'm going to be doing something a little educational. Maybe something, I don't think anyone's going to watch this, but if anyone does find this video, then maybe this might be a little bit helpful. So I'm going to be making a medieval Norman tower. I'm kind of a medieval history architecture nerd, so I've done an amount of research into how these buildings were constructed, and I'm just gonna put this out on the internet because why not? Maybe someone will like it. So, thing about Norman Towers is that they are kind of the original type of stone castle. There were wooden castles that came before them, but they were kind of the earliest, or some of the earliest types of castles ever built in Europe. And they tended to follow a very standard design. Like, if you look at any kind of extant examples or ruins, they all kind of have the same type of floor plan, with some exceptions. Um, Things like the Tower of London are Norman towers that kind of break the mold, but things like Rochester Castle and Dover Castle and all kinds of other ones that still exist kind of just follow the same kind of floor plan. So it's actually pretty easy to make them in Minecraft because they tend to be very square and they tend to be exactly rectangular. And the the proportions of them kind of fit well into the game, so they make a pretty good base to make in the game, and they're just kind of fun to build. So what I'm gonna do, I feel like I've just generated this world, and I feel like this is a good spot. There are all these like really nice plateaus, so I think I'm gonna make more castles or even some cities around here. And this is just its spawn. It's like the perfect world. But I think I'm gonna start out here, and if I feel like it, I might extend this to be like a full castle complex. It'll probably be pretty small, but I'll just get started. So I'm going to be building this out of mainly cobblestone and quartz, smooth quartz, because, and this is the thing that people tend to get wrong a lot, is that castles were very much, game feels kind of loud. I hope it's not too loud. I think I'm going to lower the game's volume. And should I edit this later? Maybe, maybe not. Who cares? If you're looking for a concise tutorial on this, then, well, this is probably not the place. This is probably just going to be me rambling about medieval history and architecture. Well, very meticulously going through this, because that's just kind of the person that I am. So, hello. So if I clear this out, I might want this to be a little more flat. An important thing to consider with any kind of castle building or placement, and this goes like even beyond just Minecraft, but also like if you're doing art or world design or something for a game, location is very important. Now, what makes this a good location is that it's kind of raised and right next to a body of water, which is really good. I mean, not in this case because Minecraft world generation, but being right on a body of water is great, especially if it's a navigable river, because then that castle can control the movement of ships around that area, and also is a convenient place to use that river themselves to safely have a place to dock boats at. It's quite useful in a medieval world. And being raised, well, it's a good way to make sure that your castle is harder to attack, because if something's just right above you, then they can just shoot down at the castle, which is kind of exactly what you don't want to happen. But I'm kind of breaking that right now because there's like these giant plateaus that are going to be right above it. But this is just kind of like, I'm just going to build a billion castles here anyway. So it's not exactly going to be realistic in this world. But for seriously making some kind of depiction of a castle, having them be on a high ground is typically what you want to do. So I'm going to start with dimensions, and I'm going to build the outside and inside walls with smooth quartz, because very often castles were painted white. Just kind of like a plaster that they put on. It's called lime wash or whitewash. And it was a functional thing. And they also liked making their castles look pretty. Sometimes they painted them colors on top of that. You see in like medieval manuscripts, they make them like pink or green or something. But very rarely do you find castles, which are places where people were supposed to live. Very rarely will you see them be just bare stone, because then they're drafty and pests get in and things rot and rain erodes stuff. You don't really want that for a structure that's actually meant to last. So I'm going to be building this out of smooth quartz for kind of a basic white paint that they would have done on this. So, yeah. And the dimensions for this little keep, I'm going to have in the specific location, I'm going to stick it... I think I'll actually do a little putting dirt down. I think this is a good base, like, Y level. But I think I'm going to extend this out and have the castle be on the corner for being a good, corner of the walls of the overall castle complex. So I'll build this out, and I'll have this kind of be the start of it. So Norman towers, they kind of have this rectangular shape that can be anywhere from like 18 meters to like 30 meters. And that meters translate directly into Minecraft blocks. So the overall width can be anywhere from 16, 18 to like 30. I think 30 is like the biggest I've seen. I think that's like one of the sides of the Tower of London, which is like the biggest one ever built, and also the first, not the first, but like one of the earliest ever built. So let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16 so far. So this, right now, I could end it here and make this like a very small one, but I don't think I'm going to do that. I think I'd like it to be a little bit bigger. So, and they have these like corner towers that are used as extra rooms on the side and also staircases, because thing that is always irritating for any kind of building is finding out where to put stairs, because they just kind of take up a lot of space. So these towers are really good places to put spiral staircases, and they just so happen to usually be a good size for in Minecraft to be one of those nice 3x3 spiral staircases. So that's what I'm going to do. That's kind of what I always do whenever I build one of these. So this is at 16 right now. I can extend this a bit more. And I kind of want to do something a little special here. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 13, 14. As a decorative thing, they tended to have some little braces that aren't exactly braces. So, like on the sides of the building. So I want to kind of put those in just to be a little fancy. I don't want to have them spaced nice. So I'm going to do this in... I like doing diorite for this. So let's say 3 on each. No, 5 on each. That'll give me enough space for a nice... Or what about 4 on each? Because that'll give me a nice amount of space for a double window. So if I do that, yeah. And I'll just put this in on dirt and make interior foundations later. So this is probably going to be... This is really big. This is a lot bigger than... I feel like they usually are. Hang on. Did I do something wrong? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17. Okay, so this is going to be just like a bigger one. And I'll make it a little thinner on this side because while these are definitely always rectangular, they are not the same on each side, usually. There are some like perfectly square ones, but usually they're like a couple meters difference between the two sides. So I think I'll shorten this by like 1 or 2. Shorten it by 1. So if I have this brace here and this brace here, and that'll be the dimensions of this key. It's a little big, but that's just kind of how these things are. Doing this wrong, and then there we go. Then these braces, and braces on this side. This is like, this is gonna be, oh, is that too big? Now I'm not sure. This feels like it might actually be too big. Hang on. Let me make sure I'm getting this right. Just make sure. What are the dimensions of Rochester Castle? Let's see. Because that's kind of a middling dimensions, but it is the tallest one ever built. But it's not exactly very wide. I think it's pretty average architecture. So Rochester was about 21 by 21 meters, and this is shaping up to be, I think, 24 by 23. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19. Yeah, 24 by 23. So yeah, this is on the larger side, but I like these dimensions. Okay, yeah. It's been a while since I built this, so maybe it's not exactly how I remember it. Since it's kind of the overall shape, it's going to be a big kind of square rectangle with these 4 square towers. Now, in some later ones, these corner towers get circular, as is in the case with Rochester Castle when one of its towers was destroyed in a siege, and it was rebuilt as a circular tower. But for the most part, they remained as squares. People didn't put too much effort into modernizing the keep aside from its interior. So they're, in most of the castles that still exist, they just remained with square towers. Since they weren't in use for too long, people who owned castles typically had multiple other ones, and Norman towers were not necessarily known to be the most comfortable to live in. So they didn't make too much efforts to modernize them unless it was necessary, like if they got destroyed and they wanted to rebuild part of it. And typically the wall width is somewhere between 2 to 3 meters, which translates into Minecraft as 2 to 3 blocks. I'm going to go 3 blocks. This is going to be kind of a big one, because why not? Why not make one that's a little bit big? Still nowhere near the size of the Tower of London. That one is absolutely gigantic. And I think I'm going to do something a little bit cheeky and lower the ground floor into the ground by a little bit, just to kind of illustrate the fact that the ground floor was used as a basement. It was not the entrance. It was used as a storage, and sometimes they would be lowered into the ground because, you know, having things in having a cellar, you'd want that to be, you know, slightly below ground level to keep things cooler in there. Wasn't done all the time, but it was done sometimes, so I'll do it here. I'm gonna lower this by, I think, like 2 blocks. Now, as for making one of these in survival, it's kind of a big undertaking. They use a lot of materials, a lot of stone, and deciding to use quartz for the outside, it'll take a lot of farming in the nether, or a lot of mining in the nether. So another thing you can do is use terracotta, one of the colored ones, and that'll actually still look nice, and it'll also be kind of accurate to the fact that people did paint them various colors. So you could have the outside of your medieval castle faced with pink terracotta. Or the white terracotta, I think, is actually kind of pink. Hang on. Yeah, white terracotta is actually pretty pink. So this is actually a really good material to use. In fact, I might actually decide to face this with white terracotta, because for whatever reason, pink castles show up quite a lot in medieval manuscripts. People like color pink. Now, whether that was actual or just artistic rendering by the monks who made those manuscripts, don't know, but they do show up a lot. So I would figure that's at least a good reason to have them appear in Minecraft, because why not? What other terracottas can I use? There's lime. That's too strong of a color. Light, kind of pastel-y colors are pretty good, because I wouldn't think, and this is just conjecture, but I wouldn't think they'd use dark colors to paint castles. Mainly because I've never seen that, and also that would absorb, you know, heat from the sunlight, which is not exactly what you want all the time. Might be good in winter, but I think it would just cause problems. So with everything heating up, and especially in the cellar. So I don't want to use dark colors, and I don't think I've ever seen a depiction of a castle painted any kind of dark color. So I would avoid it. I think I might actually use terracotta just to be a little different. I always use smooth quartz. But let's just see what it looks like if I use terracotta. So I'm just going to replace all this. Why not? Oops. Let's see how this looks in the end result. Previously, when I built castles, I would always just do it all in raw cobblestone and diorite from the get-go, just to have the effect of like it being painted after the fact, but that is a lot of irritating work to go through. So I'm not gonna do it this time. I'm just gonna go straight to it's gonna have it painted, quote unquote, from the beginning. And yeah, I'll build the underneath walls too, because why not? Just be consistent. Just a little bit of consistency. And it saves me the trouble of having to go and find the blocks that do not... find the dirt blocks that show up underneath the stone, because that always looks awkward. As if the building has no foundation. You want to at least have the appearance of the building having a foundation, or else it'll look awkward, but also it's fun to let them actually have a foundation. Not as if that actually does anything, of course, but like, it's cool. So why not? Okay. Inside here. I know I'm removing blocks that I'm going to just add back in anyway, but I like it to be clean. And actually the outside there where it's kind of going into the side of the hill, I think I'll have to paint that as well, or at least covered in diorite, or the diorite pillars. Just doing the corners of these in diorite just because the more accents, the more interesting it'll look. Break it up a little bit without resorting to the standard Minecraft builder thing of making everything look weathered and using all billion different kinds of blocks for no particular reason. I'm gonna be honest, not a fan of that. Not a fan of just making everything look really weathered and old all the time. See it all over the place in Minecraft builds, and I don't know why they go for that specifically. I'm not typically a judgmental person. Well, actually, yes I am, but I don't like ragging on people too much, but I don't quite understand the obsession with making all your Minecraft builds look old and decrepit and ruined. I like my builds to look new. So having consistent block use across a face like this, I think looks nicer. And you can break it up by adding specific features, you know, decorations on it and texturing that isn't just the paint's falling off, the moss is growing everywhere. Doing something a little different is always fun. So, got these walls, and I'll do this. Don't worry too much about the towers not actually being accessible right now. You'll see what'll happen. They'll get an entrance. And yeah, I am putting in blocks that I am going to delete later, but it is fun kind of carving stuff out of the walls, because what's gonna happen is I'm gonna make little archways inside the walls to form little indents, and I'm about to do it, so you shall see. So here, for example, actually, how about here? Break these out. Break this out. A few stairs. Oh, I see. Right. I see why I don't typically use terracotta, or I haven't done it before. Is that there's not many options for stairs for decorative use. If I use diorite, it'll probably be fine. And for flooring, just by the way, well, inside the wall, I'll use the stone bricks to kind of just illustrate that this is kind of carved into the wall. I like doing that. I do that, and inside here, not there, but add these to make a kind of archway and cover it like that. So when I think about it, I might be able to turn this into an opportunity for decorativeness in making specific archways. Yeah, that looks good. And I'll do it here too. So there you go. That's... Or maybe should I use stone brick inside here for a more consistent look? I'll do it on another one. I'll do this wall. Stone brick stairs. And I'll use stone brick over here. Boom, 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 boom. And there we go. Which one I like better? Diorite can look a little bit obnoxious, but in the gray drabness of stone, not too sure about that either. But either way, we're gonna get windows. And I'm gonna do that with these lower windows with slabs. Don't know what kind though. I'll do stone. Just a little bit of stone. And of give it a bit of a frame. Yeah, I think I'll use stone brick. Makes it look a little bit more consistent. Why am I replacing the bits that nobody will see? Well, because why not? It'll be a stone brick arch. Like that. Anyway, so why not just have it go all the way through? Besides, this is creative. It's not like this costs anything. I don't need to be raising the walls right now, actually, so this is kind of what's gonna happen. And for here, I'll do this, and with stairs to kind of mimic that same effect. Here are windows facing the outside. Just kind of small ones, just to let some air in. And I'm gonna do that a bunch more times. It was probably way more effective. It would probably have been way more effective to just do this from the beginning instead of making the thick walls, but whatever. Who cares? Now I can see this being a potential problem with the corner towers, but we'll deal with that when we get there. There's this one. And it's this one. Yeah, and even though I could bring this in to make a 3 wide to accommodate the corner, don't think I want to do that because I want these windows to align with the spaces in between. You can kind of see what I did there with the spacing of these, so you can have windows perfectly in the middle between each brace. Looks nice. So go through this again. Stairs in the frame. Now, not all of these are actually going to have windows, so maybe I could accommodate this, but in the first place, yeah, you know what, just for this one, let's see. I'm thinking. For this one, what I'll do is have this not be a staircase, but rather a doorway into a room like this. And we'll cover that up. And you see this kind of narrower room kind of mismatch shaped into the tower. You see that on quite a few extant examples of these castles. Because I think here in the basement, the idea is more about and you can just kind of hide This is where I'm going to break continuity just to hide things. This is just kind of about storage and making use out of these spaces while still having thick enough walls. So they're not exactly going to be fitted perfectly into the towers, and that's all right. That is fine. This is just going to be like more storage area. All this is kind of storage. And yeah, just kind of do this a bunch more times. For the staircase, though, I think I will have mismatched shorter arches to give these a full solid walls, because this is kind of impeded. This is kind of butting in on the wall of this interior wall of this. So if I have the staircase be, say, this one, and how should I make it enter? Okay, now I've got to calculate how high this room should be. Do they still only have the quartz pillar? Yeah, they have the quartz pillar and the purpur pillar, but I don't really want to use that. But if I were to do that, that looks fancy, so it's good for me. So if I do this, then by the time this gets to the next floor, this will be the floor. If I make the floor out of wooden slabs, this is how high the ceiling's going to be on here. Which I think is good enough, although actually maybe not if I want to have arches these big. So arches this big. So if I have this be the floor, then how am I going to get the staircase to actually fit? I can budget up by 1/2. Yeah, this is kind of in no particular order. I'm just kind of bouncing all over the place with how I'm designing this thing, but that's just how it be. Even if you kind of have a standard design for these, each one's going to be kind of different and have different proportions they'll have to deal with. So I start this, then here. And you might be able to guess that I'm having the entrance to this staircase be here. So if I give this all the space that it needs, and I get rid of the floor tiling that I don't need, yeah, just fill it all in blocks. I don't like leaving half spaces, because it's annoying. I have this, fill this in, and then yay. I fill that in and make the arch on this side. I'm wondering if I've made these too tall. I mean, I'm making it work with the stairs, so I think it's fine anyway. This is quite a bit taller than I usually make them. I think normally, what do I do? It's fine. Yes, in my video stream, I'm showing how to build this. I am going off of my own standard and just being weird. Yes. And that is how we do things here. Be strange and not useful. So here, if I do this, make this arch shorter to accommodate it. Paint the wall. And make the floor and then yes. Yes. Arches everywhere. It's their support. And also, I guess they saved on the material to actually build these things, because if you were to actually build these massively thick walls without the arches, they would be absolutely gigantic in terms of material cost, which, judging by how long it took one of these to be built, which was something around, well, it depended. Smaller ones could only be built in like a couple years, but something as massive as the Tower of London took, I think, like 20 years, from like the 1070s to the 1090s it took. So I think that saves a lot on material costs and time to have these hollowed out segments in the walls. So here and here. Now that looks kind of strange. What do I do? Well, let's that like that, and think a bit. I could just lower this and have a half slab here. This does look odd, and I don't like that. And that does not actually have to be pink, since that is below, it's behind a brace. So I can do that. Looks slightly less weird. Or I could do this. But that ruins that. And I do kind of want to retain the height of this, or I could just have it a slab thicker. Just go with that, since that's high enough. Yeah, that'll be fine. So that is the staircase. A nice little quartz pillar. And we'll see if I want to continue it past this, because another thing is that the staircase doesn't usually go all the way up the castle. There's usually multiple ones. And while it's not convenient, it's good for defense, since anything that's inconvenient for you in getting around the castle is also inconvenient for people trying to get in and kill you. So, it's a trade-off. But it gives me... it is convenient for me right now, because I'm pretty sure if I kept the staircase going, it would cause problems with aligning it to future floors. So, I'm happy having it just go from the basement to the first floor. And I'll have this one be a full size. Meaning, yes, this is not symmetrical. But, you know, things rarely are. So... make the arch. Through there. I'm not going to have a window on this one. And... I think I'm not going to have a window on this one either. And I think I'll have... Trying to figure out which one of these archways I'll have leading into this tower. Oh, and the Minecraft music. I will have this one enter in, since that'll be a little bit symmetrical to the one on the other side. And didn't I just say that things aren't symmetrical? Yeah, but also things can also sometimes be a little symmetrical. You can pick and choose. And that doesn't need to be painted. Not like it particularly matters, but meh, consistency. Am I consistent about consistency? No. Does that remove the point of consistency? Also no. Did that sentence make any sense? Probably not. Will I elaborate? No. Wait, that's too low. Let's go like that, and then like that. And yes, this should be filled with as many arches as you can fit in. Also, another reason why I like the braces, they give a nice guide for the arches that you will make. And this is repeated through pretty much every floor except the third floor, which is a little special, but and technically not a floor, but That will come later. And make this pink. Then I'll figure out if I want it to have a window later. I've been hunched over and my chest is... You know, like when you hunch over and your chest feels kinda meh. Need to stretch out. Hunched over like a gremlin to have the optimal microphone distance. Even though I'm pretty sure that my mic settings are still shit. Even though I did try to fix them. I did some audio editing in OBS with my mic, and maybe it's better. Maybe it's not picking up background noises as much. Maybe. We'll see if I watch this back. It was weird. I tried to download a VST to work with the OBS, but it did not end up detecting it no matter what I did, so it was just kind of eh. So this one I will, let's see. From here, another thing that was common was a dividing wall running halfway across the keep. So I can I'm trying to figure out. Yeah, I'll get rid of these arches. Very sad. But they must go for the sake of progress. We'll call it. Remove these. Remove this. Make this thick. And I could at this point add a floor. I could. I don't know what I want to use for it. Because on some castles, the floor in the basement was not actually paved. It would have been just dirt or stone that was naturally there, just kind of pressed down to make a solid floor. Or they would have done the thing that many houses had, which was a floor of rushes, which I would do in Minecraft with like hay blocks. Or they had like stone tiles on the floor. And I'm not sure, well, if I'm painting this pink, it's probably a higher end castle, so I think they would have used nicer materials than just stone or dirt or rushes, even for the basement. I don't know if I would go as far as Rochester Castle, which had a gigantic cistern underneath. So like the floor of the basement would have been some kind of wood or tile on wood, and then underneath all that would have been just a big open space for water, which is very cool, but it's also a lot of work to build, and I want this to not take forever. I wonder. I think I will build the wall first. Dividing wall. Think about the tower entrance. So if this is okay, this is the entrance. This is the first room in the basement that you enter from. And we'll say, just to make things inconvenient for any trespassers, that the door to the other side is here. Then it doesn't matter if this is which direction this is from, because I was thinking if the wall was going to go running this way, then it would matter. But actually, no, wait, it wouldn't either way. So yeah, never mind. Don't mind me. I'll just do things like this. Have it be as symmetrical as I can get away with. Put in the kind of barrel vault here. And I'll check the others. Yes, that looks good. Oh wait, does this? Yes, it does. Yes, should be like that to make a nice doorway. I don't know if there's a better way to make like a doorway frame than this, but it does a good job of framing the door. It's better than just sticking it straight into a flat wall. Looks a bit nicer. Still thinking about the flooring. Maybe I will do brick. I normally do granite tiles. But I haven't tried brick tiling before. Brick blocks before as flooring. Since this is kind of a more pink design anyway, then maybe going more pink in every direction would be a good way? I don't know. I don't know how to do complementary colors. I'm not an artist. Yeah, well, that's good. And on the other side, that'll look less flat when I've put stuff in the room, kind of covering the floor. You don't need everything to be perfectly broken up all the time, especially since this is, at the moment, a completely empty room. That stuff will go in. Like barrels and hay and stuff. So there we go. Interior of the basement. And it's a little inconsistent with how the windows are placed, which is pretty accurate. They didn't have windows on every single side. So this checks out. Now I'll raise the entire wall up and just kind of fill everything in. And then I can start on the proper first floor, the entranceway. Putting the braces on. Filling in with cobble that I'm probably going to replace with tiling or stone brick later anyway, but it's fine. I'll deal with that when I get to it. And there we go. Pink, 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 pink. And raise this up. Or I could add some decorativeness to it. Let's see. Let's try to make some like decorative, not arch kind of designs on this. If I have it mirror the arches here. Yeah, that would be cool. Then this doesn't start to make sense, so I'll remove that for now and put it in when the decoration is fully in. And okay, so that looks cool. And then from here, I can put these in. I can put the doorway right here. Or I can just have this entire one open. Oh, yeah, that's cool. Yeah, that looks nice. Okay. So now I can start building the next floor. So put the floor in, and good thing this world is set to peaceful, because I think zombies would immediately start spawning, and I don't want that. Well, I'm figuring out how I'm gonna light this place up, which will come later. But I do want to have kind of braces of log stripped, but dark oak. And I can actually put cobble here for the braces. Oh my god, this works. Ooh, that's great. Strip dark oak log. This kind of wooden supports. Oh, is this a new song? I don't think I've heard this one. Yeah, I definitely haven't heard this one. Ooh, that's nice. Very calming. Okay. And to be kind of cool, could have these be just really long braces that slot in on the wall. Yeah, I like that. I've done that before. I really like how that feels. There we go with that. And so now maybe I can make this smaller by doing that, and smaller kind of entry. But then that's just like solid brick. Not a fan of that. I could place these as stairs. And yeah. And I can put lanterns in here just to make it usable. Oh, that's not actually... Don't like that. Don't like that at all. Yeah. It'll have to be. So, here is the first floor, or the basement floor, done. And I will furnish it with, like, barrels and hay and stuff later. There it is. This will be filled with stuff. These should get filled. Or they should get lit up. Oh, what's the shader doing? Odd. Yeah, I'm using the, Oh, hello. Wow. I have not noticed chat. Hello. Wow. Are you still here, I wonder? Oh, yes, you are. Sorry. I was assuming no one was here. How are you guys doing? Engaged with parasocial. Senpai has noted. You're older than me, fuck off. Ooh, ooh, ooh. But nobody bleeds for the dancer. Now I want to listen to Heaven and Hell. Fuck you. I've given you a sock. The sock of a castle. A sock of attention. Okay. So I'll have this be kind of like that. And then, Kohai has noticed us then. Yes, yes. Indeed. I'll have this also be kind of decorative archways. And set up the arches for the next areas. I wonder where I should put the entrance, because this is where the entryway should be. There is more attempting not to swear. The brown sheep. Oh, yes. Should I name him? Attempting not to swear? Is he swearing a lot? This is quite big. So, I wonder what kind of corner it would habitate. Name him Rage. Okay. Rage the brown sheep. Rage in all caps or properly capitalized? I'm gonna go all caps. There we go. Rage against the sheep. With a pocket full of... Pocket full of wool. Okay. Let's deposit him in the castle. Oh, I hope he doesn't die. I think I might have killed him. Hang on. Let me drop him in water. Rage, 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 rage. Are you spamming my chat now? How does my voice sound? I've messed with the audio settings on OBS. His neck is not snapped. He's fine, see? With a pocket full of wool. Yes. Yes, yes, yes. And this time I'll make all of these equal lengths. I think I might have in here be secret rooms. And also these I'm gonna make into fireplaces. It sounds deep. Okay. Is that good deep or is that bad deep? Because I was messing with EQ and this on the monitoring sounded the least horrible. Rally around the farmland with a pocket full of wool. Should I do a cover? Should that be my next content? Making Rage Against the Machine covers based on. Am I gonna bring back the era of Minecraft song remixes? No one would understand it. Okay. Yes, do it. Mining at night. Let me think. Oh, I may have fucked myself here. Okay. It's fine. Fine, it's fine, it's fine. Okay. I'm just kind of building this up layer by layer. It's kind of just what I default to. It's not good for like demonstrating how to build this. Maybe I'll stop doing that. Let's see. Right, I need to figure out where the entrance will be, and also figuring out how big this overall castle complex will be. So I think I'll have this be the entrance, or this. One of these. I think I'll have this one because this is a window. Oh, I can change that easily. And this is cool because now I can do a double door entrance. Dark oak fence. I like this color combination of spruce and dark oak. It just looks nice. Yeah, I'll do stairs, not slab staircase. Rage. Get out of the way. Oh, there we go. He's going into the castle. Smart sheep. Just kind of make a fence frame around the stairs. Just kind of give the impression that it's supported. And yes, I am using slabs as just blocks, because why not? And actually, if I make these full blocks, then they will connect with the fences, and that's a nice effect. That go there, and I will have this supported by logs. Nicholas Rage. That's a good one. And that's about good. Although I wonder, yeah, so that can jump over that. So I will raise this up a little bit, actually. It's a little awkward, and I can add a roof to it, but here, should I name him Nicholas Rage? Oh no, the trader's here. You get in the way of everything. Okay. Nicholas Rage. Did I spell that right? Yes, I did. There we go. Nicholas Rage. And then for doors, spruce doors are the medieval looking ones, so not too hard of a choice. Spruce is just a good wood to go for its medievally textures. And yeah, texture packs, but like, I like things to look good in vanilla. And I think I will have this one. They have alignment systems now. Well, they have the pillagers. There's a pillager fort over there. I don't think that's like alignment, but it's just like a different kind of mob, but they're like evil villagers. So kinda. Kinda. I'm gonna make these arches again. How exactly... How bad did I mess this up? So, I'm thinking. If I were to extend these to be normal arches, then that would mess with this, but it would potentially... It could work. So let me do that. Because I don't want to be stuck with lopsided archways for the entire building. So I'm just going to bite bullet and let it be awkward for this staircase. And I can try to mitigate it wherever I can. I may do that. Does that look good? Yeah, that looks good. Just keep the archway effect consistent a little bit, even with the dividing wall. So... yeah, now I've got this to worry about. What I could do is change how I do all of this. How does this look if I were to do this? Not the best. Yeah, not the best. Kind of needs to be stone brick all the way through, so this just kind of is odd looking. That's unfortunate. Is there anything I can do about that? I could get rid of this arch. I could get rid of this arch. But then... I don't know. Could have this extend there and just kind of go with... just kind of lean into it for here. Yeah, I might just deal with it. Not necessarily ideal. Raise the wall. And I'll deal with doing stuff with the corners later. They can just kind of be weird looking for now. And you know what? Yeah, what if I just lean into just this wall being all stone brick? Why not? At least it'll look mildly consistent. And that'll mean for here I can actually do that. So that means this whole thing could be like that. Could I add a slab there to make it a little bit more doorway-like? Yes, I can. Oh, I like that. Okay. And I can close this off. And fill it in. Spooky music. Spooky, spooky music. Wonder if I should get like a BGM to keep playing. I wonder. How try-hard should I go with this whole streaming thing? I kind of like the bit of like... of doing things in like a try-hard kind of professional-ish kind of way, but then like put zero effort into actual presentation. I kind of like that bit, you know? Especially for something that like only like 2 people that I know will watch it. It's funny. Yeah, okay. Here goes 1 floor. And I can actually add in the windows now. So I'm gonna do kind of mimicking a medieval style window. It's kind of double window made out of staircases. And actually this side is going to be a fireplace, so I'm going to hold off on doing window here, but here it's going to be a window. And although not every Norman tower had windows as consistent as this, I kind of want to just have them in there because it looks nicer. It was a thing, just wasn't super common. So, I don't know. There is something to be said for that. Hang on. It's gotta be said that. Wow, the music is really loud. It's gotta be said that, whenever you hear something is like not too common, but it was a thing whenever you're making some kind of like fantasy or historical thing representing a time period. A lot of people will just take the thing that's not remotely common but aesthetically pleasing and just go with it every single time, which is like fine, you know, it's your fiction, do what you want with it. But like, it can kind of skew the representation of how things actually were then. So I like to advise against just by standard going for things that technically were a thing in a certain time period, and rather going with what was actually most common, which can be hard to do, and it's not super fair to like tell people to do that because it can impose not great restrictions on the work that they're doing. But I don't know. I like representing things as they properly were, because I feel like there's a lot of misunderstanding of historical periods and historical people because of going for the convenient thing all the time. So I may remove some of these windows, is the point of that whole tirade. Just as something that looks a little less nice, but a little more representative. Yeah. I personally enjoy going out of my way to go with the best representation of historical periods. Not everyone else does, but I do, so I'm gonna do it. And I need to figure out what I'm gonna do with that fireplace. And I'm going to need to figure out what to do with these middle sections broken up by the wall. I do kind of like how this looks in pink, actually. I wonder about the stone brick accents for the windows. That'll be an easy change if I change my mind. But you can kind of see how this is kind of laid out, and it kind of just repeats this pattern up to the fourth floor. Because the way this will work is that here is kind of an entrance hall, or an entrance floor that'll have a guest bedroom in it somewhere. Well, maybe not a guest bedroom, but another bedroom that someone would use. In some cases, like in royal castles in England, that would be the room that would be used by the steward or chamberlain or castellan, for actually the person that actually manages the castle, whereas the main bedroom on the very top floor would be reserved for the king whenever he decides to visit. But on castles owned by regular lords, like earls and counts and whatever. Not entirely sure what a first floor bedroom would be used for. I would guess probably a guest room is my first assumption. But anyway, I will start figuring this out. So in this front hall, you would enter, and where would the staircase be? Because this would be the staircase that goes down to the basement, which is its own separate thing. And I can fill this in, actually. This will be the staircase that goes down to the basement, but to go upwards into the rest of the castle, well, I put the fill in, or I put the way through the wall here, but I could have it go straight through the middle, or I could yes, okay. Yes. I don't need to replace the ground on here. So if I have the entrance into the rest of the hall go here, then I can block this off to be a bedroom. Or, maybe not a bedroom, but like a room. And then, so you would enter, go through here, and this could be another room, or set of rooms, that yes. Yes, 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 this works. So if here is where the fireplace is, and I can set up the fireplace right now as... I've really made this quite a big keep, actually. I could have gotten away with making it quite a bit smaller. And that would... a couple extra blocks? Well, if I just do some terraforming, it'll be fine. Well, we work with what we have. Not gonna restart this when I'm, like, 2 hours in already. So this will just be a big fireplace. Yeah, let's just be a big fireplace, which is a bit not realistic, but well, there we go. Or I could... What is that? Oh, right. This is where the arch below is. What I can do is artificially make it smaller. And I can still make it an arch, which is nice. And I can make kind of hood. That doesn't look great. That doesn't look great either. And this is why we get debug stick. Debug stick, my beloved. Maybe not even debug stick, just do that. You know what? That's probably the best. So, put in a campfire. Still gonna keep the debug stick because debug stick is just the most useful tool in the world. There's a fireplace. And this will be a combination of bedroom and other things. Here's going to be a passage. Passage between the two ways. Why did I not open this one up? Because why not? And also, it is just kind of a thing that the arches are kind of connected in this kind of way, and there would be like openings in the walls as passages or hidden garderobes, that is toilets, just hidden in the walls. That's why I kind of like these, is that all the kind of details that are just kind of hidden in the walls. Also makes them really confusing to navigate, but that's also kind of the point. Because if people try storming the castle and trying to get at people hiding inside, then it becomes kind of difficult for them to do that if they can't figure out where anything is. This one, I'm gonna make a little archway for it, but out of wood, because that is what this is supposed to be made out of. The best way to do that, not sure. But actually, this... Oh, wait, this is perfect, isn't it? This is actually perfect for making the braces for the floor/ceiling. Also, yes, I am doing the cheaty kind of thing and using the floor as a ceiling, just to kind of maximize vertical space usage, because you kind of need that. Unless you want your staircases to get really messed up and complicated, which will happen anyway, but this helps mitigate it. Why did I destroy that one? Do this. Yeah. Yeah. There's the dividing walls, and this will be the way up, and this will be room belonging to the guest room, or Chamberlain, or Castellan, or Steward, or something. I wonder... maybe not that one. Because this is the fireplace, maybe this should be where the bed actually is. And this could be a little kind of sitting room. So that they still have their privacy intact in their personal room. Yeah, I like that. Was this how it was actually arranged? I don't know, and I don't think historians know, because those kind of details of how each room was used, or even how those wooden walls were set up, has kind of entirely been lost. All that still exists is the stonework. So if you look at Rochester Castle is like kind of one of the best preserved Norman keeps, I think. And all that exists is the stonework. So it's even some guesswork to figure out where the floors were located. But it can kind of help because there are like bits in the wall placed to fit the support beams. So you can kind of guess, but it's really not clear how any of this was actually utilized day to day. It's entirely guesswork on historians' part as it stands today. And yeah, lighting will have to be put in these rooms. I'm not going to bother to furnish them at this moment. But I will set up the private rooms. So here is one of them. I think I'm gonna do the same as I did with the rooms in the basement. Yes. Wait, rather like this and then this. And then barrel vault it. And there we go for that one. And I should put in door here. And for this, I'll put it in here because I don't like having a single archway having multiple entrances on it. I don't see that very often when I look at the floor plans of real castles, so I will tend to avoid it when given a chance. Not sure why that's the case. They would avoid doing that, but maybe it was just the style of the time. Okay. There's that one. There's this passageway. Here's this one, which I did not decorate. And there we go. First floor pretty much complete. Do I want to do that? Nah. I like these bricks being here. Okay. And more doors for privacy reasons, I suppose. There we go. This would be a private bedroom, and here would be their like sitting room or something. And here is the proper entrance hallway that goes into the next staircase, which I will have to do in pretty much the same way as the last one. Nope. Oh, there we go. Just preemptively fill all this stuff in. Fill that in with the paint. Quote unquote. . Wait a minute. Is that how I did this? Hang on. It appears to be. Okay. Okay. I'm not gonna mess with what works. And that'll be like that. Needs to be like that. And there would be windows put into here. I'll put them in just a second. Just for some light in the dark staircases. And I'm liking how this is turning out so far. So I think I'll have overall plan. I'll do some terraforming and extend a wall out to somewhere around like here, and then have a nice little area in front with just a couple corner towers, and the keep basically will serve as the big corner tower of the whole castle complex. So, staircase, right. This... What was I doing? My brain just stopped working. Okay. Everything is fine. And... yeah, I'll just start building this up. And... There we go. And I can start... I should have raised the floor, or raised the rest of the building a bit ago, but, you know. Better late than never, I guess. Fill this in with cobble. Because this floor... well, actually, maybe not fill in with cobble. Maybe fill in with... oh... let me think. Because this floor is going to be the hall. The Great Hall. So... how do I want these to play out? I'll have this... I'm gonna do something a little wacky. Yeah. And I'll have this go like that. And I will show why that is later. There's a lot of things that will be explained later. Eventually, I may get to actually explaining them. Maybe. How did I do this end of the staircase previously? I want to just kind of do similar things. Okay, so I covered it with the terracotta. Okay, and now the rest of this can be filled in. That is a staircase done. Though actually, there we go. Let's fill this in with cobble because I don't know how I'm going to arrange this in the end. But I do know that this is going to be like that. Fill this in. Do that. Yes, building one of these is a little bit tedious, but it is a giant fuck off building. So that's just gonna be how it is. So now I'm gonna raise the wall. Braces, fill it in. So this should actually be like that, and this should be like that. And I'll decide that this is going to be set up like this. And I'll just kind of let it go around, I guess, clockwise or counterclockwise. So this is going to be this one's entrance. And this is going to be this one's entrance. Oh. I do not want to use dirt in the actual stone of the castle. That would not end very well. And, uh-oh. There we go. Blocks did not load in. Yeah. Don't actually use this. Or I'm not actually using it. And I'll just continue this strain of arches. Just to kind of get a different angle of how this works. Oop. I think I am hitting new chunks with this, so yeah. Taking a second to load in. No, I don't want to do that. There's that one. This. One's kind of different because it's gonna just be built into a wall. And this goes like this. Okay, so here's the arches involved in the Great Hall. And even though these ones are not going to be full arches and are just going to be filled in, the dividing wall is going to open up, but it's not going to be gone because it's going to turn into a really neat big arch that'll kind of be a nice little frame, as this floor technically goes up to actually be 2 stories tall. And the 3rd floor is going to be a kind of gallery level that's just a walk inside the thickness of the wall, and just kind of be arches that look down on the hall itself. That's why I said it is technically 3rd floor is weird, because it's actually gallery level overlooking the Great Hall. So now is when I can build up the braces, I guess. Do the cobble filling. I'll actually do these at the moment as well. Cover that up, and then fill that in. Fill that in, yeah. And same goes for this. A barrel vault made out of stair blocks. There's all kinds of different ceilings that you can make with Minecraft stairs in janky ways. They still work. built up as well. I don't think... yeah. That has to be the terracotta. And this can just get filled in with a lot of cobble. And I'll build this room as well. Nicholas Rage is being loud. He's raging. He's raging. The Great Hall, I think, would have as many windows as possible, but the entranceway, I think, might not. So I am gonna fill this in. I'm gonna say wherever there is a passageway, there's not gonna be windows. So, not here. Well, I will, I think, have it remain as a window per room, at least. So... there we go. That makes me feel better. And this... oh, I need to put the windows in the staircases. That in a sec, but... I'm pretty sure Great Hall had as many windows as they could put in. Also on the gallery level, it's gonna have windows all along it. This will not have window. This will. And there we go. And then windows put in. I should drink water. I don't have any water on me. Fuck. I'm a bad streamer. I didn't prepare. Did not prepare hydration. Oh no. Alright. So... I will have the arch built in brick, because that's cool. Now, I wonder if I should have it be a single giant arch or 3 smaller arches. Either is good. I think I'm going to go with 1 big arch this time. And I'll break up the logs this time. And brick stairs. And I'll figure out how high this is when I start on the gallery level. But, so far, this is the Great Hall. And these are... Oh, why did this happen? Oh, right. I'll lower that ceiling. And same for this one. These, as I mentioned before, are gonna... Oh. Like that. These are gonna be garderobes, or bathrooms, or rather just toilets, that were also storage closets for clothing. That was a thing. They would have these... I think I'm going to represent the toilet with just a stair and a door. Yeah. For privacy. And I think maybe a small window. Yeah. Small window for airflow. So yeah, they would have these as storage closets for clothing. And they would fill them up with aromatic herbs as well. The purpose of that, I'm not sure, but I think I remember reading somewhere that it was believed that the ammonia from urine would was a good cleaning, was a good not sure, it would help remove bad smell from clothing, which not too sure about that, but I remember reading that that was done. Not sure how true that is, but it'd be very odd if it was. Now, windows for the staircases would go like this, and like this. And inside the basement, it wouldn't really be anything, but in here, we'd have them. Let's have it face outwards. And I believe this would also be a garderobe, a personal one. Or maybe not this one. Not sure. Maybe this would just be like something else. But one of these corner towers for this private room would be a garderobe. I think I'm gonna have it be this one. Just because. And, oh, right. Right. I messed up. This should not be a window with an arch. This should be another fireplace. There we go for that. And yes. Theoretically, the... well, actually, what I can actually do is put iron bars. Because this would be one continuous, like, chute. One continuous chimney. And that would just kind of have a grate supporting the fire on the second floor. And in actuality, the chimney would be small enough to fit into, like, inside this last bit of wall. This outside meter, but you can't really do that in Minecraft, so I'm just gonna let it end abruptly to make room for the walkway that's going to be on the gallery floor, which I will now start to build. So here's this. It's just going to be one big continuous loop, except for where the staircase is going to be, which, again, not sure where I'm going to put that one. I'll have to figure out... I think this is where the staircase is, right? No, it's not. Where's the staircase? Not this one. Not this one. This one. So if I were to make this continue up, where would it end up? Goes like that. Hard to simulate because I don't want to destroy anything. So this is like ground level block. So that would not... it could work, actually. Yeah, this could work. If this remains... But I don't want there to be multiple staircases on the same... multiple staircases on the gallery floor, because that would kind of disrupt the walkability of it too much. So what I'll do is actually have a new staircase appear. I will convert one of those side rooms into another staircase and let that one extend up, because it looks like I can get another floor out of this. So yeah, so if this style of staircase with this room height will let me get up to 2 rooms with a single one, I will start a new one. I think, let's say, here. Just direct all the way across, just to be more inconvenient for people attacking. And another thing is that I am constructing these staircases to go clockwise. And that is for a specific reason, being that it is easier to fight, if you're right-handed, down a clockwise staircase, because you have more room between... you have more room between, you know, your arm and the wall if you're facing downward than if it was counterclockwise. It's more difficult to fight up a clockwise staircase if you're right-handed. Theoretically, that's what I've heard. Not when you think about it, maybe does not make as much sense. So maybe not, but it is definitely a trend in historical castle design for staircases to generally be clockwise. The defending it being easier theory is, I think, just a theory. Not too sure, but that is the only given explanation I've heard for why this is. So this staircase is going to continue going up into the next floor. Yes. So, in this case, these are going to be removed, turned into more continuous arches. And they're not going to be double thick because there needs to be space in between to form the walkway. So build this out. And this one will, I think, still be just a solid wall because it's blocked by this one anyway. Very sad. Let's see. I think I'm gonna build this gallery level out, and then I'm gonna take a little break to go grab some water. Because I think I need it. Oh, and this is just gonna be blocks. Because it needs to be just a wall. And now I can build up the braces. And they can be the full way thick, the full way tall. Okay. Now I'll build this. Actually, yeah, what if I do that? That works. tall, just tall things. Okay. These will be all the way along, because this is all places that people will see. I could do one of those, like, building diagrams, you know, like, illustrate how to build it layer by layer. That could be interesting. Maybe I'll post it on, I don't know, Reddit, Planet Minecraft or something. Maybe someone will find it useful if they want to build a castle. These out. And make them okay, and then close it all up. Now the window level is done. Not too sure how I'm gonna handle the ending of it, because these terracotta blocks don't have slabs or stairs. That would be something I'd like Mojang to add later. Stairs and slabs for terracotta. That would be nice. Okay, now adding the windows. So what to do with this, since this is a single width, and I like it to be symmetrical. This works, kinda. Maybe I'll just do this. Wait, no, why'd I do that? No. This. Make the thin, tall windows. Because that is a thing that should be remembered whenever making medieval stone architecture, is that windows, more often than not, were very thin and tall. Right, so this is the actual... Right. Whoops. Got the entryway wrong. And I'll just go for making this like that, and well, I'll deal with the staircase later. That doesn't seem to make a lot of sense. And just one more layer, and then this will be done. You're going to be different, since that's the staircase. Then the rest of the walls can go up. Can you kind of see how this is? Oh, I forgot to put more of the windows in. Oops. Scatterbrain. Being a little scatterbrained. That's fine. Why did I only put them halfway? Oh, right, because I started putting them in like halfway through. Okay. So here's this. And looks pretty cool. I'm gonna put in a fence. I used to put walls, like the wall type block in as a guardrail, but I think this time I'll go with wood. Just to break up all the stone that's going on here. And there we go. Hey, ooh, what happened here? Is this how they always were? Did I mess up the staircase? Yes, I did. Okay. Good to know. I did, in fact, mess up. This goes like this. This goes like that. This is the actual exit. Yeah. So this is actually how it should be. This makes a lot more sense. I was not thinking when I made this staircase. this will just be one step from making the next floor. The final floor. And knowing that I am at pretty much the ground, like the floor level of the last floor. I'll just do that. It's fine. A little detail no one will notice is fine for the purposes of not making the entire thing look weird. Or not making the staircase look weird. So... build this up. And then cover it up with stone. Yeah, both of these staircases did that, but I think I'll have them all have the taller entrance. No one already does. Right. So this can then be covered up. That pillar doesn't need to be so tall. Raise this. Fill that in. And there is that staircase done. And I'll put in how should I do this? Have this all be slabs. Nice tall ceiling for the gallery level. Wow, that is really tall. That must be a little decorative. Like that. And ooh. That looks a little odd. That looks... yeah, okay, so this is how I want to do it. Just a little bit of decoration to make the changes in material flow better. or something, I don't know. Ba, 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 ba. And there we go. And this one, it's gonna have stone beams, so I can make the arch. Let's see. I think I'll make it start a bit lower. I'll need a slab. And I think that'll be good. Fill this in with the material. Yeah. Okay. So this will work. Maybe. If it ends up actually looking good, which it might not. But we'll see. What did I mess up? Slab, block. Oh, I see. I think that is symmetrical now. Let's see. Yeah, doesn't that look good? So then I can put in the ceiling and beams. Yeah, I'll have them cut in just to be cool. Cut into the dividing wall, which might actually be structural for bigger castles, because I think I might be inventing this, but I think I remember that the smaller Norman towers don't actually have a dividing wall. So it might be that they don't have them because they just don't have enough space to justify dividing it, or that when you get to a certain size, then that central wall is necessary for load bearing. Who knows? But there we go. And needs some more lighting, I think, but it looks pretty good. I'll add some lanterns just because why not? What if I did some chains? Don't know if I'm gonna actually go with this lighting solution. But I might. Can't rightly say that this is remotely historical, but yeah, looks pretty cool. I'm the Bob Ross of Minecraft building? What's that mean? I'm not nearly as wholesome as Bob Ross. How long ago did you say that? Hang on. Have I been bad and not looking at chat? Am I a bad streamer? There we go. Oh, and this one, this is actually a good placement of the staircase because you step out and you see the fireplace and the arch. That is good. That is good, good, good. And then over here on the gallery level, looking down at it, looks nice. And yeah, this would have like a couple big ol' like feast tables probably, or more like it would be kitted out with whatever is necessary for an event. So there would be probably lots of periods when this would just be an empty space, but it would be kitted out for whatever is necessary at the time. Commonly a lot of tables, or big tables for feasts. But I'm gonna go AFK for a second and grab some water, which I have to walk halfway across the building for. Curse whoever designed this dorm building. Not as wholesome, but it's satisfying? Okay. Good to know. I don't scream. I don't generally scream. I just... my vocal cords don't want to do that as much. Anyway, I'll be back. Hang on, let me make a little thing. Window capture. Uh-oh. I return. Okay. Maybe I should have this as a hang on, percentage 50. Oh, that. My MS Paint skills are not on par with Bob Ross. I'm sure Bob Ross's MS Paint skills would not be that great either, okay? There we go. Now, what I can do, remove this thing, add in an image. Then I can hide that for now. And woo, my OBS setup is improving. It's satisfying how fast the build is coming together. That's nice. I like having a build happen relatively quickly. Though, that is mainly because this isn't creative. This was survival. Oh dear. Also gonna put in kind of single little vault as the ceiling for these rooms. Yeah, I like that. And that like that. And this one be like this. Okay. Final room. Or final floor. So this is gonna be a little complicated because this is gonna have, I think, 2 bedrooms in it. If I remember how a lot of these go without looking it up, which I may want to actually look it up. You could have the first floor be 2 separate bedroom suites or 1 huge one. I think I have enough space to do 2 separate ones. Actually, I definitely have enough room because Rochester has 2 separate bedrooms, and this is bigger than Rochester Castle. Well, not bigger. Rochester's fucking gigantic as far as castles go. Mainly because it is the tallest one ever built, as I already mentioned repeatedly. These don't need to go this high. Why did I do this? Oh, right, because I didn't put the ceiling in on the corner rooms. So these go like that. Cobble can go in. Ah. It's amazing how better your voice feels after just taking a drink of water. It's very interesting how that works. Your vocal cords just need to be lubricated. You need to lube up lube up that throat. I do need to get a bigger water container. I just have my little bottle that I keep needing to refill. I should get some, like, big water jug that I can just have a water reserve. We'll see when I have enough money to buy stuff again. I totally didn't run myself completely broke by buying the goddamn Hololive concert ticket. Worst financial decision this year. Do I regret it? No. Was it still a terrible idea? Yes. So, how do I want to lay this out? I'll continue with the decorative arches. But whether or not they will have passages between them, I don't know yet. No, that doesn't go there. It goes here. Let me think about this real quick. So the entrance is here. This can be kind of... Okay. So this is gonna be a solid wall with a double door on it. Maybe be like this. And thank you for... Wait, what? What did I do? Oh, right, the the concert. Yeah, it was fun. It was a good concert. I'm sure doing a single little watch along with another person doesn't break any turns. Although, wonder if now that I've said that, wonder if I'm gonna get assassinated by one of Cover Corp's, I don't know, assassins. Private security force. So I could have 2 bedroom suites like this that are separated each by the dividing wall, but I don't know about that. Maybe instead I just have this as a separate room. And from here, you can enter into the smaller of the bedrooms. The smaller of the room suites will consist of these 2 like segments. Or rather, no. be separated like this with a separate mini room here. I think I'm going to have it so that this dividing wall is absolute, so there is no crossing between the rooms here. This is going to be a kind of entryway room from where you can enter into this bedroom. I'm thinking. I'm gonna actually, okay, I'm gonna cheat. I'm gonna look up a reference. I'm gonna look up a reference for what Rochester Castle does. Without going into my Minecraft world where I actually have a recreation of Rochester, but there is a reference that I used somewhere. Let's see. Okay. I will, in fact, have to go check what I had previously done. Okay. Where is... It would be this one. Right. Here is another castle. I build a lot of castles. There's the Tower of London. It's gigantic. Where did I put Rochester? There it is. So what did this thing do for top floor? At least as far as what I could gather. See, it enters into a single room, and the wall does have an entrance that is split into two. Whereas this would be entered in here. And this, don't mind this is just a weird quirk of this particular building. Yes, so it did have internal wall that was internal wall that was that you could pass through. So I'm going to do something similar here. I feel like this is about the size of like Dover Castle. Anyway, see, if I have this exit out here, then I'm going to have this enter here. And I kind of don't want to do a double door because I kind of don't want to put a door through here because then I don't have a frame to put it through, and if I were to put a frame in, then it would just look too filled with stone bricks. Well, actually, it kind of works. Yeah, I might do that. Here is this one. And I'll put this through to go here. Or actually, I won't have a wall there. That is not the block that I want. Boom, bing, boom, bing, boom, bing. Just get these sorted out. Now, for this, this one, I will I'm gonna have this actually be split up into smaller alcoves. You'll see what I mean, but it was similar to what you might have seen when I was going to check out my Rochester model. But here is if I do that, could do that. See, this is why I think I might have made this one too wide, but we're already this far, so it'll have to do. Why does this have no windows? Oh, right, because I forgot to put them in. Duh. windows are kind of haphazardly placed, but that is kind of how it should be. So, instead of this big great arch, it'll actually be something more like this. Let me extend everything up to fit the arches again. And I'm not happy with I am conflicted. I am conflicted. I don't necessarily have to make these smaller alcoves, but I would like to. Don't really fit together. Oh, hang on. He's cooking. He's cooking. It would make for kind of lopsided windows unless I did this. Then they would still work. Yeah, doesn't really work like that, but would be better than, I think, the double wide wall. Yeah, I've caused myself problems with how, with the dimensions of this castle this time. But, well, we deal with it. We deal with it. Well, this would have caused problems anyway. If I wanted to have space for the double windows. So, kind of an inevitability. so it's fine. And, oh right, instead of this arch, I was gonna have fireplaces again. I keep forgetting about the fireplaces. Get rid of that for now. And, oh, so this is entering straight into a fireplace. That's not good. So maybe not this. Then another fireplace. Yeah, okay. Oh, is this Nicholas Rage? He's still here. He's still here. So, what do I do from here? Well, I finished raising up the pillars and the braces, so I'll raise up the rest of the wall as well. And this can get filled with cobble. And I'll just have the back of every one of these filled with cobble until I figure out what I'm gonna do with the windows and alcoves. So. What do I do from here? Definitely this. This better gives off the effect that I'm going for. And does that look bad? Does that look bad from the outside? Maybe. Let's see. A little chaotic right now, but that's fine. And actually what this lets me do is have the full size the corner rooms. Since I can replace these with the terracotta and not lose anything. Not lose any arch. So actually, this works out... Okay. This does work out, I think. At least from an interior perspective. So, yeah. Yeah. Okay, now I need to figure out what passageways will exist. So, this set of bedrooms... Yeah. Okay. I've just realized I can have this wall be solid and not have the awkward door if I have this in here, this passageway be an entry, because then I can just have it go around the dividing wall. Very nice. Cool. Actually, instead of this, I'll have it enter through here. And then, yeah. Okay. And I'm gonna have the windows actually cooperate with that. And we'll see how that looks overall. But I like how this is from an internal perspective. Which, when you think about it, is probably all that matters, right? I'm pretty sure should not be able to walk into a fireplace. So I'll block that off. Thinking. So which direction do I want these walls to go? I will give this to this room. I'll give this secret side bathroom probably to this bedroom, since they are low on rooms. Gotta even it out a little bit. Though this room is definitely for the more important person. Yeah. And I'll have this come from here. And this will be blocked off. And then this, gotta block off the chimney. And I'll have this be symmetrical. So it'll open up from inside here. And this will get covered up. And there we go. That was complicated. And ow. Boo. Okay. Don't like that. And oh, I still have to do this one. I will have this also be somewhat symmetrical. Because why not? At this high level, anything kind of goes for placement of doorways and entrances into these rooms. And this goes up. Okay. Okay. And these get a vaulted ceiling. No, one of them has to be a staircase in order to get to the ceiling, or in order to get to the roof. So, I'm also gonna have this be... Oh, actually I still have the beams. I'll deal with the roof right now. The staircase, figuring that out can come later. But these are going to be a little special because they're going to have a a proper roof on them. So I'm gonna do... Where is it? No, it's the slate. Tiled stairs. These make great roofing. Or actually, I should do the cover first. I want to get these kind of taller roofs, so I'll start the interior of the roof here, and build it out. I reached halfway? Next one is halfway, I think. So then I have to do a slab. Deep slate tile slab. And then that would be spruce planks. Just kind of standard roof stuff. Build this out. I am kind of still doing things at a very random pace, but that's kind of fine, I think, right? And yeah, wait a minute. This is halfway, right? Yeah, this is halfway. Yeah. Actually, these can be... Oh, right. Forgot. That is the secret room. Not exactly secret, but... a bathroom that is not visible. And these can get... This happens to be a very clean roof, I hope. Or it seems like. Which happens very rarely. I am happy when it appears. have this be just slabs. Or I could do blocks. For a little bit more depth. I really don't know how I would go about building one of these in survival with all this slightly crazy stuff. At least I have actually managed to avoid needing to use the debug stick. It is very useful, but does not work in survival. Mainly because it can be used to cheat, but I just want something to be able to manually force the orientation of stairs. Stairs are slightly cursed. There we go. So that's the roof. I think I'm going to add some more beams to it. Probably like here. Some support. I do love being able to do this and have this kind of really nice effect of it coming out of the stairs. It kind of makes it actually look like it's properly inset. I like that. And now I'm trapped. Hang on. And I'll deal with that one later. So, to make the final bit of this, I need to figure out if the staircase can actually go up all the way without coming out in an odd angle. Let's see. Does not look like it. No. I will need to use some other form of staircase, or maybe I could just go with a ladder. A ladder, I think, would be a valid choice. Oops. Put cobblestone in here. So. Could just do that. It's a little lazy, but it works is the important thing. At this point, I don't think this is using a ladder like this instead of a staircase to go up to the ceiling or to go up to the roof. Why do I keep mixing up ceiling and roof? It's not exactly historical, but there are concessions that you need to make for Minecraft, especially when it comes to the jankiness of the spiral staircases. Because if it were ideal, you'd be able to make like a spiral staircase that takes up like 2 by 2, but can't really do that, unfortunately. So let me put this here. I'm thinking I'll put floor here for this walkway. Whoops. The floor here. And we'll deal with the towers in a second. I'll just fill them in with cobblestone. And I'll keep building up this walkway path. Okay. So now I can put in I can end the brace if I look up diorite correctly. Just have them retract into the wall. With some stairs, and then I can start making the crenellations at the top. Nope. Wrong one. Oh, this one didn't get a ceiling. Whoops. Now I need to figure out the pattern of crenellation. So, could do this. And that works actually. Well, that's easy. This works less, and I'll have to do that. That's fine. And because it doesn't look too nice just being straight up the same material as everything else on here, I'm going to cap them with some more diorite, keep the theme consistent. And also make them a bit taller, but it also makes sure that you can't accidentally jump off the building. And if you need to look over, then you can grab a slab or something to use as a stool. And as for this can be done like that, and actually can cheat a little bit and give the tower the appearance of actually having being continuous throughout the building by making this final corner just materialize. That was the thing I didn't mention, is that, yeah, these towers inside the building, trick I use is to have them not actually be fully their... Oh, good night. Have them not actually use their full size inside, but rather to, you know, cut them off a little bit inside to give you more space to work with without it actually being noticeable inside. And then once you've done the roof, you can have the corner just kind of pop out of nowhere and no one will notice. So yeah, cheating. It works. Do not listen to me for romantic advice. Oh, I also forgot to give this one a roof. I am almost done. Keep doing this on every side. Add the windows. And keep doing that for every one of them. Da, 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 da. And also whether or not these towers would be accessible from every angle, or whether each tower would have its own staircase and own section of the wall that it was accessible to it, or whatever arrangement. I'm not sure which one was common. I'm pretty sure any kind of way you can imagine this was done at some point, but it's not very well documented, I think. I don't think people have really gone, or I just haven't looked to see how the tops of these towers are actually handled. And problem is, a lot of the extant examples were kind of messed with a lot over the years, so some towers were completely removed, other towers were substantially changed on their inside for some other purpose. Oh, this is looking good. And I'll just have ladders going up on each of them. And this one go like this, so you don't accidentally fall to your death. And no, just a second. Yes. I will have these just have wooden ceilings before they reach the very top. I actually think I might lower that a bit. Make that one lower. And just have these be open topped. Now these could have roofs placed over them. It depends. Yeah, that looks about right. Could have them go a bit taller. Yeah, I'm gonna bring it back to one taller. Let's bring that in. Ah, classic Minecraft music. In all its lower quality glory. I wonder if they'll ever remaster them. Not remaster. Would it be remastered? I think it could be. Yeah, that looks better. I don't think I need the ladders actually anymore, so I can keep this. Yeah, the tops of these could also commonly have roofs on them, and were often modified to be like enclosed with like a permanent roof on them. Some of them were set up to have roofs that could be taken down or put up depending on weather, or whether or not it was wartime. It depended in any way you'd go. I'm gonna set this up to be not with roofs, just to save myself time. Almost done. And there we go. A Norman tower keep circa 1100s, 1200s-ish. Actually, no, not 1200s. More like 1100s, because circular towers would have been replacing the square ones on new buildings. It wouldn't be... There aren't many that have circular towers built new, I think. Or at least I haven't seen any. I could be wrong. At the very least, this kind of castle stopped being built around the 1200s, around the reign of Edward I. So this is really a very early English history, or Southern Italian castle, because Normans also, they conquered a lot of southern Italy at around the same time as they conquered England around the mid 11th century. So there's a lot of Norman keeps in like Sicily and Naples area. But this is, well, without any furniture inside. And also, actually, I have messed something up real quick. I did not fix the roofs. Where's the one that goes down? Not this one. Not this one. It's this one. Little detail. We'll have these close off in here. And I'll just do that. Yeah, because I can't replace that with wood. I'll do that to change the roof. These should be pink. Did I mess this up? No, I didn't. Should not be seeing any cobblestone in here. Okay, I messed up. Got to give this an entrance. There we go. These rooms would be used for, I'm not sure. I will furnish this later, but, there should be, I believe, this should be a garderobe. Not sure what any of the others should be, but one of them should be a garderobe. For each bedroom suite. For each bedroom. Or that could be used as a entirely single... I may... Let's see. Can I get away with extending this? Without it being too obviously bad. The overhang doesn't... Yeah, the overhang doesn't really work. So I think what I'm going to do is that, and inside can be covered up with wood, because you really don't want to see the roofing tiles from the inside. You really don't want to see that. Yeah, that works. Okay. There we go. So the roof is good. Roofs, plural. And this way, with the going out into an entrance room before entering any of the actual bedrooms, and the way to the roof being just from this staircase anyway, makes it so that the people inside get to preserve their privacy, which is important. And yeah, you can run along the ceiling here, but it's not meant to happen. But there we go. I'm happy with this right now. I can furnish it later, maybe in a future stream, and build out the rest of the castle. But that is going to be the keep for this little circa 12th century Norman castle, painted pink. And I suppose that will be it. Good night.